Hello. Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? Hope we're having a good time. I am going to be checking the sound. I think the sound's fine. Okay, that's me checking the sound. Okay, change it to live chat. Actually, what I need to do is pop out chat. Right, and that way, with the pop out chat, I'm able to change it over to the screen where I am doing, and then I can bring back up the pop-up chat. Yes, there we go. I can move it to somewhere where I can see it. You guys don't need to see it. Here we go. Okay, cool. Here we go. Welcome. How are we doing, everyone? Let's try again. What do you mean? Ever try again? Right. Go away. Go away, error. Try again. I mean, error. Try again. The stream's running, right? Why? Don't know why it's being like that. It's not letting me type in it. Oh well, whatever. I will just, usually have my chat up on my phone as well, just in case it doesn't update in one of them quickly enough. So let's get the chat up on my phone. I can always respond on my phone quicker than I can on my actual keyboard. So, here we go. If I can write in it. I can. I can write in it. That's fine. No worries. No problem right there. Right, what we got? Right here. Do you have anything? No, no like background noise of anything. That's fine. Sounds good. Well, there might be some background noise coming through the window at some point in time. Right, what we got? Tidy up my desk a little bit. Okay, so we glued the head of my Tyranid model. Glued the head of my Tyranid model on. Managed to get that to go where it needs to be. Nice. And I get some show you guys the model ended up looking afterwards. These tentacles start off purple and they get a little bit blended down to the skin tone towards the end. This yellow went on really nice actually. Yellow went on really nice. I was thinking of like dry brushing back over it a little bit, but it ended up going on so nice that I was like, you know what? I'll just leave it like that. I could probably these little spines, do the spines in the same colors as we do like some of the other, like the tip of this tail on these little spines, but I think we could probably just leave them the way they are actually. I want to turn my gain up. Barely hear me? What do you mean barely hear me? May I just had the sound on the stream on. I can hear me talking. I can hear me talking. I think it's because I'm not directly speaking into the microphone. Is it better when I talk into the microphone? When I turn the sound on, directly speaking into the microphone. Mate, yeah, it's loud. I've got to be probably. Wait, let's see where I was. When I turn the sound on, where I was talking over here. Mate, yeah, it's loud. I've got to be probably. Wait, let's just move away. See where I was. Talk. Say again. I was talking over here. Yeah, it's loud. I've got to be probably. I can hear it like. I can hear it fine. I can hear it fine, and I'm deaf. So maybe you've got to turn up on your end. I don't know, mate. I don't know. I was literally just listening to the stream live, as you can see on the TV. Like, it's not quiet to me, and I'm deaf. So, I don't know. I don't know, mate. I don't know. Like, this, you don't need to turn your gain up. You just need to make sure that your volume of your voice goes into the yellow on the streaming thing, and then there's really nothing else. Turning the gain up won't do anything. It won't do anything, because if I turn the gain up, it'll go over into the red, right? My microphone's actually, a thing I normally have is on the bottom of my microphone. I can turn the microphone down specifically, but that's on full as well now. Everything should have the sound fine. Let me know if it improves. But I'm not sure, dude. I'm not sure. I can hear it fine. I had it playing on my phone very quietly. I could hear it on my phone. My phone was like barely any sound coming out of it. And I could hear that. So my voice has got to be loud enough on there. Right, so yeah, we got these two little arms. There's tiny little arms. And we got a little bit of the wall visible. Just on the edge of the screen. What are we painting today? Well, I picked up a commission when I was out the other day. This commission, give me 2 seconds. This commission is, oh shit, that's my, nothing important, but that's just my studio. But we have a commission for, you'll see it reversed. That's how it is. For these guys, members of the Custodians. We're also going to finish the base. We're going to finish the base for our Tyrannid so we can get it mounted. And we're going to finish the little arms. Only some red work and then some black wash to finish these arms for the Tyrannid. And glue them onto his shoulders. He's got tiny little arms on his shoulders, like a T-Rex. But yeah, these guys, we're going to build these guys. And then we might pop off downstairs for like 2 minutes to get them sprayed up. We have Valerian and Aelia from the book that Games Workshop wrote to make Amazon happy about making that TV show with Mark, with that guy Henry Cavill. That's it. Henry Cavill, who's now not even involved in it because he doesn't like them changing the law. And then Warhammer claimed, to try appease the fans, claimed that they were always. You still vote Toufé in your second correction of yourself. Warhammer tried to lie to everyone and say that female custodes were always in the law, which the real fans of the franchise pointed out that they weren't and complained about it again, like, but you know, whatever, I don't care. But my friend asked me to paint these. He also gave me his whole army because some of the models are broken, and he asked me if I could repair the broken models. So what we can do today is probably get through a lot of those, fix those back up and everything like that. But outside of that, it's looking pretty good. I think it's looking pretty good. Yeah, he said he would pay me a D, not an F. Fat finger in the keyboard. So he said that he would pay me to paint these models, but he's going to donate them to the channel. So future giveaway models, I think. If we ever get a good enough audience, we could probably use them as future giveaway models. So you can watch me paint them here on the channel, and then in the future we can give them away. But then there's this character as well. Well, he said really because the female custodians have their own rules set, and I was just like, you just use her in with all the other models, right? Just put her on the table with everyone else. She's just a normal custodian. He's like, no, she's got her own rules. like she is a character, so she would have her own rules. But he says like the females then also have their own set of rules, and he said he wasn't interested in using what they do actually. So yeah, that's why he's donating these models. He was a bit disappointed actually. He never realized that this was a set of females. It's like he thought it was, he's like, oh, I thought it was just one girl. It's like no, they're both women. He's like, oh, okay, fair enough. It's like didn't realize. And then yeah, he's got the blade champion. If you can read that, it's backwards. So yeah, we're gonna build these. I think what we're gonna do is start with the building. And here's where I moved all my tools, and they're not here on the table anymore. And I've got to go downstairs and find them. Wait, no tools. There are no tools here on the table. Did I put them away? One of the drawers. I don't think I did. I don't think I did, but it's not good. Pokemon cards. All Pokemon cards. Now this they're not here. They're not here. 5 minutes, guys. I've got to go find my tools, and then we'll get started on building these models. Can you hear me better, Dave? Have you turned it up on your end? That worked. Okay, tools have been gathered. Tools. Right, okay, cool. I remember I took them over my friend's house, Dave's house, actually. Sub-Zero guy in the chat. Took them over Dave's house. And we ended up playing Pokemon all weekend instead of actually doing anything with my model that I took with me. But it's all good. Had fun either way, so not complaining. Right. Oh, they give you a little tab here on the front. Like, pull this thing apart. It's not a pretty box opening, to be honest with you. Didn't want to cut this up because that's like a little bit of your instructions on how to build, but I don't think it's like a massive one. Should have said, you know, I love building. Oh, this should have said that I bought stuff with me. That's alright, mate. We were having fun with Pokemon, so I didn't want to interrupt that. I didn't want to interrupt that. Just to like get some do the painting or the building. So I got finally found some glue that I wanted, and yeah, when I come over next though, possibly tomorrow, but Gary went to the hospital today, didn't he? So maybe not tomorrow. You guys are gonna have to let me know if you still want me to pop over tomorrow, and I could bring something tomorrow. And I'll give you some glue so you can use as much of it as you want and about as much as I would like you to use. I'll show you how much glue I want you to use on the model, and then we won't have to complain about there not being enough glue on it. It's alright. Right, so we're gonna just cut off all the pieces. Actually, I don't know if we want to cut off all the pieces. I know these are shoulder pads. I should be able to build a Space Marine without having a guide to show me, because Space Marines are just human shaped. The arms. Has he got two swords? Wait, has he got two swords? He does have two swords. Huh? Guy has two swords. But the picture doesn't show him having two swords. It shows him two-handing one sword. And then on the inside, it shows you that you two-hand one sword. So why has he got two swords? Wait, it says you can use a second... You can use a second... Wait, there. You can use a second sword arm instead of two. I think two swords better than one. I should probably ask Andy what he wants, if he wants two swords or one. I think two swords is just cool. I don't know, what do you reckon? Only showed a couple of cards. Missed Energy, Shaman, and I think that's it. Oh, nice. Yeah. Right. I'm going two swords. Rule of call. I don't care. There we go. Two swords. And it's a little... He's got a little dagger arm as well. Got like 5 or 6 arms. This guy. Crazy. Right. That's the optional parts. Cut out now both his feet. Separate pieces. His foot. Go cut off the other one. Another foot. We'll go around all the pieces. You know what? We should really do it as we cut each piece out. We'll go around all the pieces and straighten up any of the parts that we had to clip off. Very important that we catch all of those. Don't glue anything together until you've dealt with all of them. And then that's the front and the back of his body clipped off. He has a loincloth. Clip it at that angle. These two pieces here. Loincloth. He's got a nice cloak, actually. I like that his cloak is separate. That means I can paint it to the inside and the outside of it. And then I can glue it on after. So I'm liking that. Knee pads. What are these? These go on his hips. On his hips. I don't know what the like plates of armor that you could have hanging off your hips are called specifically. And his head. Which head do we want? Long flowing hair or flat long hair? I think we go with this, the long flowing hair one. He's got a helmet. Got a helmet head. Where's his helmet head? I honestly don't even see a helmet on here. He has a helmet head. Right? Which has a red plume on it. And there's 3A is the helmeted head and 3B is the non-helmeted head. Let's have a little look. On the sprue. Oh no, wait, that's the instruction part. Right. Oh wait, no. 9 and 10. 11. We clipped it off thinking it's something else. Oh yeah, we did. Okay, right, fine. We did. We clipped off his head thinking it was something else. I'm not very good at flesh, so I'm going to go with the head. I'm fine with the head. That's all of the pieces we need. So now we use the tool. And we take each piece, and we're looking for any of these connecting points here, and we are going to scrape them down. So that they're flat, nice. We can feel there's one here. Some flat, perfect. There's one on here. Right there. We got to get on that. That's going to be a difficult one. Flatten. I think we got it. I can't feel it being pronounced or anything. Should be good. And there was another one. There's another one right here. The edge. So I think we're going to go into the cloak with that one. There we go. Perfect. Right. Again, we go around all the pieces. Make sure all of them are done. Pick them up on the one side and move them to the other so we don't mix them up. Where else? There was two on the actual bottom bit. There we go. Put it over there. Pick it up from here. Right, okay, so all the prep work, very important when it comes to doing models. And the better your prep work is, the nicer your finished model should end up looking. So we might do some conversions, things like that. Things I've been interested in doing for a while. I want to convert a normal I wanted to convert a normal a normal knight into a chaos knight. I actually started buying in the stuff to do it, like all the things I had ideas for using, and it's just like, you know, they ended up bringing out a chaos knight before I got around to doing it. So what we could do is either still convert a normal knight into a chaos one, or alternately we could buy the Chaos Knight kit, which has some nice looking parts on it, and convert that stuff a little bit more, you know, see what we can get out of it. Because there is some really nice looking parts on the actual Knight kit that we could really definitely work on and, you know, improve the aesthetics of the whole thing just a touch. A bit shiny, but that's not because it's like a clip. What is it? I can't tell if that's just like the edge. That's where we clipped it. I don't think we clipped it there. Clipped it right here. Was difficult. Ow. Sharp. Alright, and anywhere else? I don't think it needs. I think that was where one was, but we've already cleaned it up a bit. Be fine. Right, next bit. Right. Okay, it's definitely important that we get this piece that's here, like, because there's going to be a join in the model that actually happens there. So, was there actually another part of this foot that was connected? It looked like the foot had more than one connection by the looks of it. Right, see, they can have it connect on the bottom of the foot. Where there's like nothing, there's no detail or anything. It's going to get glued to the bottom of the base. So, why have it connect here where the foot is going to go into the model, you know? It's going to get attached to the model. It's like, but then they put a like little clip point there, and if you don't fix the clip point, you're not going to be able to put the piece on the model straight. And you know, it's going to be a decent amount of people that don't that don't like straighten up the edge of it once they've clipped it off. So you're gonna have a janky looking foot. A little piece here. And there's one piece just here, I believe, yeah, just there. Okay, looking good. This is for the base. We did get a base. Right, I'm terrible at deciding on how the base should go. I say that because I believe that when I placed my Tyranid on the Tyranid base, I believe that he's like too far over, or he's like his feet are too far back. But when you actually finish putting it on the base, actually not so bad when you actually check it out properly. So what I like to do is we'll build the model, and then we'll stand the model on the actual base with the piece of terrain underneath him, and we'll move it on the base to where we need it to be for it to look like it should be, like good position for him to be standing. So rather than just gluing that piece to the base and hoping that it's in the right position, because you can never really tell where the right position is unless you really just check beforehand. I wouldn't suggest to anyone that they just glue a base piece to the base like without really just checking it. Best method. Right. Other than this leg guard and the arms, we should be okay. Let's scrape this one here, then the two bottom pieces. It does look like it clips all right sometimes on these pieces, but truth of the matter is, like when you're painting it, it's just not a perfectly flat surface. So you notice it after you start painting. So if you don't really notice it when you're touching it, check on it. You'll start noticing it when you're painting it, you'll just see it. So you're better safe than sorry when it comes to all these parts. It's also on certain edges, like these swords and stuff, gotta be careful because you don't really don't want to like scrape up the blade, because then you'll like lose like the sharpness of the piece. You'll lose a bit of it, but you want to kind of try hold it at the same angle. You run it along the blade, like, yeah, rather than straight up it, just to make sure that again you don't change any of the detail on it. Right, believe there's one there, and it looks like there's one from the bottom of the sword as well. Right, nice. Were you fighting the forces of darkness, Sergeant? Is that where you were? If I'm not noticing it when I'm touching it, I should be concerned. Yeah, definitely concerned, mate. No, if you don't notice it when you're touching it, then everything should be as it should be. Everything should be exactly as it should be. Bottom of the sword again. And I think this eagle head. This side here, it's not very easy. This small detailed piece. There you go. Right, that's the last piece. There. Okay, let's get into gluing. Now, I've had this glue in my bag for a couple of days, so it might be very willing. It's actually very warm today, so it's gonna definitely be very willing to come out. We need to be careful. Right, so how I glue is I usually just run it. I run the glue across every single edge that's going to be touching. I think this just gives us the best results. I am not stingy with my glue, I just use it. And then I go buy more. So when I build a model, right, every single edge has glue on it. Now we put it into this piece. Do we line it up properly? There we go. Right. Every single part has glue on it. So because there's all the glue is on every single piece that should be touching, there's no chance that we're going to get any gaps at all, right? There's not going to be any gaps in this model anywhere. Everything's going to be completely flush, and we won't need to like fill any gaps or anything like that unless the model itself has some sort of flaw in it. But you know, they're usually pretty good. Games Workshop models usually pretty good. So that's his right leg. So this should be his left one. Oh yeah, that's how it should go. Fill all the gaps, all of them. I need some more air conditioning in my house. Yeah, why? I had a cold shower literally just before we come on stream, so I wasn't hot and sweaty. It was 38 degrees today. 30, is that right? 38 degrees here in the UK. That is like I'm gonna set on fire. That's hotter than the human body. Uh yeah, especially for me. I'm not very well attuned for like hot weather. So yeah, it's tricky. Right. Plenty of glue. We go, no gaps, as we see. The feet, no gaps in the feet. The feet are good because the boots actually end at the end of the boot, so there shouldn't be any gaps that you can see through anything there. Should be pretty good. So, got the two legs on and the body. What else? Where else does some of this stuff go? You like my feet? When you're fighting the dark spirits, you need to be able to cool off. Some nice gaps there. He does have this. This piece does go on the front. I believe it goes on here. Yep, there you go. Just clips in. As you can see here, there's a gap. But if we push it in, we can put our glue on there properly. When it comes to it, we should be able to hide that with the glue properly. It actually kind of stays very well in place. So again, we're going to use our glue down every edge. There's a bit much glue. Quite a bit of glue there. In the middle. Bit of glue on that side. I'm going to push and I'm going to wipe the glue off. So as you can see, that glue now magically fills the gap for me. When we come to paint, we should be fine. Should be fine. Shouldn't need to worry too much about it. Now, two things we could do. We could leave these little side plates off. It was 28. I thought, no, I got my phone. My phone gives me a weather update every day, but my phone thinks I live in Tijuana, so it must have been hotter in Tijuana. So yeah, it says like 38 degrees today in Tijuana. Yeah, thanks. That was really helpful. I don't know how my phone thinks I live in Tijuana. I've never been to Tijuana. So crazy. Crazy, crazy. Okay, right, we can glue the arms on. Which one's which? This one is this arm. So it's supposed to be back. That's not the right arm, is it? It's supposed to be held backwards, right? It's kind of weird. How are we supposed to hold his arm? He's like... It looks weird. Wait. Look, see? This is this arm, so it goes on this side. This is the first arm. This is what I don't understand. Like, why does it come straight across the body? There's all this detail here, and then there's an arm that like literally fits there like this. It comes across all of it and blocks all of it. It's like, this is why sometimes you paint models separately and then glue them together afterwards. That way, at least you get to cover all of the... Wondering if that is actually... Pretty sure that's where it's supposed to be. I think I can get my brushes behind most of this. Right. That'll work out. In his other hand, his sword is supposed to be facing backwards. Right, wait. Well, what? I don't quite understand. We've got two sword arms. Wait. It's one. No, one's got two hands on it. These are both. These are both left. These are both right arms. Again though. So I don't like Space Marine arms. They never actually go flat to the body. This one's a bit lower. I would probably glue these arms on after. I'll be honest with you. I'd probably glue these arms on after. So you know what? I think I'll be okay. What we need actually is the half sword, and we need this. We need this one and one of these arms that are for the right side. Which side is it? You want that way? No, that way. Both of these are right arms, aren't they? I think it's this one. I could probably just look at the numbers. Number for the sword arm here. Number 12. Bet you I got the right one though. Yep, number 12. We got it. Got the right one. Told you. You can see it. I can see it. One does not simply walk into Mordor. No, you're right. It's freaking invades us. Yeah. Mordor does simply walk into you though. That's the problem. Okay, let's trim a little touch there. And we have this bit here on the arm. It's going to go under a shoulder blade, but if we don't get rid of it, the shoulder blade might not sit on it properly, and then we'll end up having a hard time with the shoulders. keep the shoulders going. So let's get that bit glued on. We got want it out a little bit more. See, so it's a little bit more out, I think. And then we need to make sure we get the other sword off. So it's more like a little knife than a sword. So I kind of like when it comes to two-handed weapons on most of the Space Marines. Like I bought a load of jetpack guys back in the day, and I like wanted them to have like swords and shields, and I think Dave might have built them for me, but like when we got them, they're like so squashed together. Like all of their arms are like this. They got their sword and they got their shield. They're just like this. Is it like why haven't they got like arms that can be outstretched or something? Why aren't there options to like pose them? So I like to paint all of the model, and then I can't paint all of the model when they've got a big shield and they're covering. And then like you can't paint the whole model. There's like all of the part behind the shield isn't painted. It just drives me insane. So I didn't like them. I didn't like them because the way they're designed for me is terrible. Also then like they've all been sat for a while and they've started to fall apart. So that's it. I don't think I'll want to glue them back together because like I said, I won't be able to access some of the parts to paint the whole model, so just don't have the incentive to do it. What we got? I think that looks right. I'll show you in a minute. Need to access all the parts of all of them, yeah. If I pull out a number 2. What do you mean by that? You're being naughty. Are you being naughty, mate? Right, so there's a line on this arm and there's a line here. So it was like that. You guys can't see it while I'm holding it, so maybe this arm here might need to be a little bit further back. Can we move it while it's still gluing? You reckon? My normal experience with this glue is if I move it now, like it will not stay glued. My experience with Gorilla Glue is if you try to move something after it's been set in place, it will never be gluable again and it will never stay on. So now it's been set. I think we should not touch it ever again. We got this arm coming down. I'll glue it on now. I'm pretty sure I can work around it. The only issue is that we're going to paint the gold first. When it comes to doing the skirt, which is going to be red, it's going to be a bit of it's going to be a bit of a challenge, I guess. It's not going to be too hard to deal with, but it's going to be I could do small brush work. I'm not that bad. I'm not that bad at small brush work. I just gotta Just gotta practice a lot more, I guess. Just gotta practice a lot more, that's all. Well, there's a hole. I think that's it. Supposed to go in the hole. Yep, shoulder pads are supposed to hide how janky the arms look on the body, but these ones don't fit into the model. So you can see from certain angles the arms attached to the body, which is always janky looking. I don't think this model's as bad as some of the old ones though, so I don't think it'll be too much of a problem when it comes down to it. It's the hole, guys. Must be a hole that it fits into. Is that it? These shoulder pads are the worst. They are fucking shit. They don't even fit on the model. And then, like, no matter where you put them, you can either see the front of the arm or you can see the back, like where it joins to the model. And like they're supposed to cover all of that. That's their job. Their job's to hide how janky the arms glued to the body look. They don't do their job. Games Workshop gave them one job to do, and they don't do it. Right, let's grab this guy's head. He's got a little neck hole that his head fits into. Although, to be honest with you, nope. Now we've actually glued the body together. There's no chance you're getting this little peg into the neck hole. So let's just throw some glue, cut the peg off, put some glue onto the head, stick the head into the neck hole, straight into it like that. There we go. Right, it's pretty much in. Done. Right. He's only standing on the base with one leg. And his base has not got a foot-shaped gap on it. We're supposed to just grab, we can just glue him to like any part of it like this. And then we put this on the base. Like every single model in Warhammer nowadays has to be jumping off like a terrain piece. It's how they design every single model. It's kind of funny. There we go. That's him. That's him sitting. I feel like with the way his sword's coming up, I feel like his head should be turned slightly to the left. Like he's got his swords. He's like swinging. He looks awkward. I'll be honest with you. It looks awkward as fuck. His legs are pointing this direction. His swords are like swinging that direction. It looks janky as fuck. But you know, would he be looking this way or would he be looking that way? Swords are going to be coming across. Would he want to be looking that way? Maybe he wants to look the other way. Yeah, I think the other way is better. It feels like that's actually the direction his body's actually going. Oh, actually, in the model picture, he's looking to the right. So my instinct on making him look to the right is right. It's all about motion, guys, and like seeing the motion in the model and following it. Got a good peg job there, yeah, 100%. We were right down to the base, mate. This piece in the middle, as soon as I put it onto the base, it like glued. It's glued, like immediately glued. Okay, right. So what we're gonna want to do is take a spare base. Should have one laying around somewhere. Grab a spare base with my foot. There is one on the floor that came off one of the Blood Bowl models we were painting the other day. Okay, this is the spare base that we use. Now what we want to do is just put a tiny touch of glue on this one. We don't want this to permanently stick to this base. I'm gonna just like spread the glue out a touch. We glue him to the edge of the base here. There we go. We could just break him off when we're done and put him onto his proper base. We can work on his base separately then while we're at it. Okay, grab these two. Going to get... You should ask Copilot about Sergeant Badger. What's Copilot? It's not the size of the brush, it's the motion of the bristles. That might be true. Shit. Right. Okay, these guys have bases, and then they have like bits that are supposed to go under their feet on the bases. So we can actually glue them to the bases to start off with, and then we take them off the bases and we use the terrain pieces then. The terrain piece covers the entire base, so you should be fine. It should be fine with that. So let's start. We need to grab Valerian first. So what we're going to do, pieces 1 and 2, front and back, it looks like to me. Those two pieces right there. 1 and 2. Let's grab them out. Let's sort them out, tidy them up, and glue them as we go through. Shouldn't take us too long to build these ones. Tidy up your number 2. Crazy. You, sir, are crazy. Right. Tidying up. There's an edge. There's an edge of the model, yet the like clip point is on the actual detail. Seriously, almost like they don't understand how to have these models molded properly. They clearly just do it on purpose. After like 70 years of making models, you think they'd be like, hey guys, do you think we should stop putting the clip points on the actual detail of the model? Nah. Can't do that. That makes putting the models together too easy. You're talking crazy talk. Right. Sorry, I'm trying to see. There's probably not a lot of stuff actually happening on the camera. It's not like it's an interesting thing to watch anyway, just scraping off. How bad this one looks down here. It's crazy. Does look like there's a peg there for something to stick onto the leg. So they're thinking like, what they're thinking is like, right, so we put the actual clip point where you're going to be hiding it with something else, so you should be fine. But then when if you don't tidy the clip point up, when you try to glue the piece on top, it just doesn't go on right, and it looks like off, looks super off, and you end up with that's how you end up with big gaps in your models that need to be filled in. They should tell you at this point to stick the head in, because you're not going to be able to stick it in outside of that. Round all the edges. So get the body stuck on. Here we go. I'm gonna run my finger quickly over the edge. Get any excess glue on the outside, just instantly drying up. You feel it pull on your finger. So there we go. We're good. That's the body, front and back. Now the 2 feet, these ones, you can see in the picture that it's these two. Let's grab them off. There's a little like heel peg on her leg there. And this one here, the other leg. They don't understand that's the point. Makes you work hard on detailing. I think that's the point. I think the point now, right, is that they're like, oh, these people like building models, so they like fixing their details. They like scraping these pieces off on the detail. That's like part of the building the model. Part of building the model is the fact that the model's ruined by the clip points. You've got to fix them. So otherwise they'd have them placed in better places by now. This one's a really awkward one. It's literally right on, like a bend in the armor. They've also got like the mold lines. The mold lines actually travel up right on the edge of like the actual piece, like the armor, and the armor is like has a raised edge. So the mold lines are really nice on this model. The mold lines are just blended in with how the model should look, and you don't have to worry about the mold lines at all. Just see, shows you that they can change the models and how they look, but then they insist on putting these goddamn clip points on the detail. You gotta scrape off half the detail to sort them out. Oh well. Back to square one, I guess. One step forward, one step backwards. Alright, both the legs here. Fit in. The right one? Nope. It's gotta be the wrong one. Fit here? I don't think it fits there. Definitely does. No, maybe. Maybe it does. Oh, maybe it does. It's gotta be that one. I don't think it fits there at all, does it? No, let's try fit the other one on. Try fit the other one on. Yeah, that one fits. You can kind of, it's got a piece that goes in the other piece, right? They actually fit together, but then you can still twist the pieces. It's like, why even have like a peg that's supposed to fit the two pieces together and stop them from moving so you get the right position when the peg literally doesn't do anything, and you can still move the piece around while the peg's in the right position. It's mind blowing. It's one of my issues with the Tyranid, with this Tyranid here. Like, its head, there's like nothing, there's literally nothing for the head to indicate that it's in the right position. And it's hard to see if it's in the right position because its neck, like, from certain angles, you can see that it's not covering the neck hole. This is like, it fits in one position, it doesn't fit in all positions, but you can still move the head freely, and it never feels like it's in the right place. It never feels like it's in the right place. It always feels like it's just floating around in the void, like. 5 and 7 are the arms. 7 is this long weapon one, so pretty easy to find. 5 will be on the opposite side, yep. Usually the pieces are kind of symmetrical, in a way. It's the one arm off. Two arms off. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There were 6 connection points on this arm. One here, the elbow. Not really gonna be a noticeable one, but let's give you can see it from an angle, so it's to be dealt with. There's another piece here on top of all the detail. Great, thank you. Thank you again. It's this piece here, which is fine because it's on the flat piece, the back of the weapon. So we can make that completely flat. Next one is on the clip for the gun. This is a gun spear. So looking at like card games and collaborations that have been happening recently, I think Warhammer could do a really good job with the Final Fantasy franchise. If they could make a good game that plays with it, it would be like small teams versus large beasts. You'd have a lot of really nice looking large beasts to paint, and some decent looking small miniatures as well for like your party members, stuff like that. If you're watching and you are enjoying the content, please consider giving Sergeant a like and a follow. I'm sure they would appreciate it. I would. Wait, did I say that was a question? Sorry, my Welsh upwards inflection came in then. It might have sounded like a question. Yeah, I definitely would. I would definitely appreciate anyone who hasn't liked or followed yet to consider it. Doesn't cost you anything. You can always click it when I'm not looking to unfriend me. It's all good. Trying to build the channel up. Sorry, I think I need like a better camera. I need one that's here because I'm always like doing this. Maybe I should just sit up more and just do it here so you guys can see it. Trying to get it on this camera, but like How are you guys gonna even see it, what I'm doing? I can't, there's no way I can hold it in a way where I can like show you what I'm doing on the camera like 100% of the time. The only thing I can really do is show it to you once we're done, you know? So, yes, that is the weapon. That's both the arms. So, she's supposed to be holding one arm, like flattish, and the other arm is holding her weapon to her feet. So, what we need to do is have her standing, and then we put the weapon, we have it touching the floor, then we glue it like that, you see? So that's how we work that one out. You're following me to my sheep breeding farm. Been trying to breed sheep with people for so long, and they just isn't working. And I don't know why. Wanted fluffy people. Fluffy people are the way forward. They're the future. She's supposed to be holding it up. I think that's it. Like I said, the arms always follow him home. Like, cost you your sanity. You didn't confirm or deny our marriage, so I must be true. Yeah, I guess. I'm not ashamed of my decisions. Maybe. I must have been drunk or something. I don't know. It was a private ceremony. I wasn't invited. Ah, that explains everything. Okay. Now I know why I don't know anything about it. All perfectly legit and acceptable. Here we go. Right, the other arm just actually slotted in properly and fit this arm with the weapon. Looks a bit janky, but, right, she's supposed to have shoulder pads. Now the shoulder pads are supposed to now hide the fact that the arms are always janky. There we go. The shoulder pads have one job and only one job, and if they do not perform their one job, which is hide the janky arms, then they're not doing their job. That's the problem. One of many problems we can encounter. Okay, clippity clip. That last piece off there. Okay, so looks horrible. Looks like a horrible point to have your clip point. Because once you clip these bottom parts, the what are shoulder guards called? They're not pauldrons, are they? Are the shoulder guards called pauldrons? They it can be very difficult to see where the clip points were on the shoulder pads, but still just as important to make sure that we get them and soften them off with the tool. Doesn't look like I hit that one at all. There we go, it's better. Right. Which ones? I don't think it matters. I don't think there is a left and a right, but be this way. Right on the other side. The one's got a teardrop shape on the inside of it. Okay, that's fine. I think, yeah, right. One's got a teardrop and one's got a circle, and they're both in different positions. So the teardrop one is the left arm. Not that these little holes, these gaps make any difference when trying to actually place them on the model. Right. I think we went straight in. Yep, that one's actually covering the janky arm, although I think that arm actually went in perfectly fine. Then on the next one, yeah, I think that's, it's not wiggling or anything. Looks a little high on the arm. Oh, that's more, that feels more like that should be better. Yeah, I think it looks okay. I mean, it's not hiding the arm on the armor whatsoever. Not, it's really not doing its job. But then again, they've got the arm up and out, so you're always going to see this piece here. The pauldron, yeah, okay. He'll... Who held the shotgun wedding and erased his memories? They erased it with the shotgun. Right. They erased my memory with the shotgun. They just like, yeah, you know, did shotgun things with it. She has little tiny, tiny, tiny little uh plates that go on her thighs as well. Actually, they're not. They're about the same size as the ones off the other model, actually. So let's grab those off. Here's the one. Everyone's right here. You guys see? You guys see how sweaty I am? Look, my hair's not even drying off. My hair's just staying wet. That's how hot and sweaty we are right now here in the UK. It's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Oh, I lost a piece then. Couldn't see it for a split second. I know it's right there because I've been putting everything on the actual manual, which sometimes it's difficult to hold the piece to actually tidy it up. That's the one bit. It doesn't have a lot of like the loincloth situation going on. So we can actually glue these on now. On this one. We'll keep them separate from the other. But we'll glue these ones on now because that's the right choice, I think. Wait, do they go... They go upside down? Is that how they go? How do they go? No, they definitely have the points pointing down. Oh shit, nearly dropped it. I'd say that these were designed to hide like the janky hips, but you don't have to glue top and bottom half the model together anymore because you glue front and back now. Glue front to back now. Yeah, they go there like that. That's alright actually. I can get them into position. Probably best to do it now. I'm holding it like this, and there's a little nib here. I'm just placing and sliding it So it slots into the nib. Look, there you go. It's perfectly flat on the model. No problems, no issues there whatsoever. Right, same thing on this one. I'll hold it this way so I can put the glue in. Then with my nail, grip it in my nail like this, and then place and slide. Just both a little bit of glue running out the edge. There you go, both sides glued on. Yeah, it's looking good, right? Okay, the last piece for this, I don't think she has a helmet. Oh, she has a... I saw that as well. She has a halo that's in 2 pieces. Why? The halo could be in 1 piece. Why is it in 2 pieces? This is like... This is what they do. So annoying. Right. Glue these awkward 2 pieces together. Sucks to be you right now. I have no idea why this piece is in 2 pieces. Other than the fact that it looks awkward as fuck to put on. Her head is this one in the middle. And a clip here. And clip over here. And 2 seconds. We got... Nope, nothing. Okay, right. Was it only clipped? Feels like there's a nib there. Probably tidy. Just very gently get that piece there. Okay, cool. Now we'll see if we can get this head in. Doesn't look like this head will go through the hole either, so let's clip off the peg. Put plenty of glue on it. And which way is she looking? Slightly to the left. There we go. Right. Okay. The reef or the halo. It's not a halo because it's going to be possibly green. I could possibly paint it green. It looks like a leafy reef, which is like on... It's like symbolic on a few different other models. So you get green reefs and you get golden halos. Well, these golden halos are actually called iron halos, even though they're made of gold. So don't ask. I'm sure it makes perfect sense. It's like it's only gold plated, guys. Right? It's not real gold. But I'm a fancy knight of the emperor. Do I not deserve a gold? Yes, but it's an iron halo, so it only looks gold. Wait, which way? It's definitely the outside. This is the worst. The worst designed piece I've ever fucking seen. Oh my god, it's so bad. Alright. I guess these 2 pieces are just identical. So I could just like use one upside down and it'll fit the other way. Like if they think like these pieces are going to be... accurately placed by anyone, they've got another thing coming. Right, that actually looks like that's fine. Side. Oh god, hate it. Hate it. Worst part of this model. Where's the other piece gone? I see it. I can. There it is. I can see it. It had invaded me. Right. I think like the little clips on this are so small that I don't need to worry about actually clearing the clip. Clearing the clip point. But I'm just putting a decent chunk of glue on. So there's like no chance. There's no chance that this could like come off anytime soon. I can't even hold it at the right angle. Put it on. That's it. Don't stick to my finger, stick to the model. Just janky. Always fucking janky. Warhammer. Doesn't look like it's... looks a little better. Let's just wait for that to dry now. So yeah, we can glue it to the base. That's this one built. We can glue it to this base. I think we got at least 1 foot. That's gonna be flat. Double check. Pretty sure it was this middle foot. Yeah. So I'm only gonna glue the middle foot just a touch to the base. Not going crazy with the glue here. So there. Feels shaky actually. Yep, maybe that. She has like there's like a little nib on her foot. We're not really actually getting a good glue point with it. We have to wait until it dries a little bit more. Doesn't matter that she's not centered, it doesn't matter any of that stuff because we're just going to be holding it. It being a little off center actually kind of helps a little bit because like the more the model that's hanging off, you could glue the foot so that the rest of the model's like basically hanging off the edge of the actual base. There you go. That no longer feels shaky or rattly. That's it. That's that one done. Okay, cool. Right, one more model to build out of this sprue here. We have, you can see 2 legs. I think the body is all just one piece. There's a sword that goes in both hands. And the arms. Okay, that's cool. It's an okay pose. Right, so it's the cloak. The cloak piece counts as the back of the chest piece. There's that piece, and then the chest piece bit as well. We not clip one of these pieces? I believe we didn't clip this piece. There we go. So those 2 pieces there. Let's clean them up before we proceed. Okay, it's that piece. They have a clip point here where the leg's going to join the model. So this one's the most awkward one. It needs to be tidied up as best as possible. Let's hope we got that one. This piece. Right on the actual bend of the detail there. So you flatten off like a piece of the detail so it's no longer symmetrical, perfect, typical of what you should expect. It's there, piece under the arm here. Okay, body should be fine. Let's throw some glue. Gotta go across the shoulders. Okay, across all of the points that are going to be touching. And there we go. Body glued in. Next two pieces are going to be the legs. Seen that. On the actual design form already. Next parts are the legs. Side of the sword, top of the sword. Back of the leg. I'm not going to be able to tidy those two pieces up, but since they're small, should get away with that. Need to tidy up the top of this leg because the leg is a flat area and it's a bit obvious that you've clipped on the flat area, so you need to tidy that up. Outside of that, piece looks fine. The two pieces on top of this here, they feel fine. We have a mold line going straight up the middle of the leg, but the leg has like a sharp point. Let's go straight up the back of the leg as well, but the back of the leg is a flat area, so we're going to need to just address that mold line. So we deal with the mold line basically the same way, except we just lightly scrape, and then the mold line's gone. Perfect, actually. Perfect. Just very lightly scrape it for the mold lines. We're not trying to like remove any like excess material. It's kind of just already like hardly anything left to it. So two legs. This leg is the right leg, or it's the left leg. It's one of the two. Feels like that should be the right position. And then the next leg. This seems to be the first model that's actually got a like actual visible glue point after we've glued it together, because this top of the leg here is kind of flat. You know what? Kind of looks fine actually. Looks fine. She does have a belt, so like the belt is like where the top of the leg should be. This should stand. Kind of does. It leans forward though. Well, well, maybe it's supposed to. Yeah, she does have the sword in front of her, so maybe she does look like she's leaning forward when she's finished. We'll find out. So she does stand on her own, though. We've got her just over here, standing on her own. Not gonna stand on that. That's the problem. Let's stand. And here we see a Welshman out of his comfort zone, gluing together a model. After carefully cleaning it, he uses a little glue to stick it together to make it look good. I use a lot of glue. What do you mean? A little glue? That's you, dude. I use as much glue as possible. Little glue is not enough. Gonna cut off. Gonna bring the sword off. Since sword here is actually going to be used next as well. So both the arms and the sword. I hate these parts of models usually. Why I don't like Space Marines very much, because you want to do a sword, you need to like glue both the arms on and then the sword, or guns, right? You got two separate arms and a gun, like 3 separate pieces that all have to get glued together at the same time, and like, you know what I mean? It's impossible to hold them all exactly where you want them to be. Like all 3 pieces getting glued together. You know, like as soon as you move your fingers, you've got like all 3 of them. All 3 of the pieces are just glued to separate fingers and just come off the model. They're like not even glued to the model at all. The model looks fine until you move your fingers away, and then you find that all the pieces have only just stuck to your fingers and not even the model. So yeah, like the worst aspect of paint. This is why I really, really hate building models. I hate building models, by the way. It's like terrible choice of thing to do for a living when you hate building models. Um, do these clip in a certain way? I mean, they're supposed to. It's the wrong way around. I glued the one arm on. It's a bit late now to decide that it's not on right, but we hold the sword steady and we stand her up. It looks to me like the arms. She's got a proper forward lean on it. Yes, it's gonna hold her up or upright once we get it on. I don't know. Oh god, we're just guessing. It's just guesswork now. Let's hope it looks alright when we come to have everything stuck together. The other arm glued in. Can't. think there's a trick. I think there's a trick to knowing that this model's glued right. Both the thumbs touch, right? Yeah, both the thumbs touch. If you make both the thumbs touch, the sword fits between the two hands just right. So it looks like that's possibly helpful. Try to get the sword glued into place now then. Doesn't look right. One arm doesn't touch. Sword's not straight. Also, feel like both their arms are a bit too high. All these pictures make it look like when we get it to a base, right? Thing is, like, they've got this, like, these two nibs on their feet, where they're supposed to fit into the base. Technically, they'd be a little bit more upright, like this. And then try to adjust the sword. We can't exactly move the one arm anymore. That's looking a bit better, actually. Looking a little bit better. I can accept that. As long as it stays together. As long as it stays together, we should be fine. Oh, it shows you on this diagram that the one thumb touches just underneath the other thumb. We actually do that? I made both the thumbs just touch. Seems to look alright. Seems to look alright. Shoulder pads to hide the janky arms and a head. And then also there's a bonus sword. Where's this sword on her? Is the sword on the other character? Oh, she's got a... Yeah, okay. The sword is off the other character. Like this little short sword. Could be a knife. Probably a ceremonial knife. Take that piece. You build, I paint, simple. Death Guard and World Eaters are where it's at. Done plenty of Death Guard in my time. Interesting looking models, but there's a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on them. So they can be tedious. They can be tedious as well, especially when all the models look the same. A little peg right there. And her hand has no fingers. How did we not notice this before? I'm going to Put some glue in the peg. And on her fingers. Then we hopefully yeah. Actually, got it sorted. Perfect. There we go. That's that. He's actually finished. So now it's just the 2 shoulder pads and the head. Let's get them all off. Everyone go. Um, right. As we said before, right, and we had someone actually in chat at the time back then as well, saying that they agreed with what I was saying. But when it comes to like Space Marines, because they all look the same, you have to kind of like the same amount of effort into every single one, right? Whereas like you can get models that are just like really busy, like orcs. You think like, oh, I'll get some orcs. It's a horde army. You could probably just like, just throw some color on them, be done with it. Shouldn't be too bad. It's like so much detail on an orc, every single orc, that you either just decide that you're not going to bother painting any of it and just do basic coatings over most of it, or like you just end up spending so much time painting the orc to make it like to just basically coat the detail on it, right? You're not trying to like make it look amazing or anything like that, but just to make sure that all the detail is like colored properly. Like every single orc just takes you forever. And it's just like with Space Marines, they all look the same. So I have to put the same. If I put one amount of detail on one Space Marine, I have to do to every single Space Marine. There's no shortcut in it after that point. So you pick a point of how much detail you want to use on a Space Marine, and that's where the whole army is going to be. That's the level the whole army is going to be, because they all look the same. All the characters look like all the chaff guys. They all look the same. So you can't just skimp on the detail on one character. You have to go whole hog with all of them. That's my issue with Space Marines, mainly. I mean, when they upgraded them to Primaris, though, like all of those details, they got a lot easier to paint because the models are big. They're like the models are nearly twice the size that they used to be. This woman's shoulder pads actually cover everything. Crazy. Like one model out of all of these models has shoulder pads that actually cover the parts of the model you want them to cover. Although her shoulders looked pretty good, to be honest with you, to begin with. Yo, her head is on. I feel like the head slid into place there, so I'm not going to argue with its positioning of her face, but Yep, she is supposed to be looking to the right. Fair enough. She looks like she's standing okay. She's leaning forward. But, again, one of her feet are flat. She has these little nips on it. So I feel like we could probably have her standing a bit more upright when it comes to the actual model. I'm going to spread this glue out a little bit. We want kind of like a faint actual touch on the base there, rather than a whole one. There we go. Doesn't feel shaky. Yeah, it feels good. There we go. So it's looking pretty good. We'll take these downstairs and spray them in a couple of minutes. But what I want to do is I want to get a little bit of work on this Tyranid base while we're here. So do I have a piece of kitchen towel up here available? It doesn't look like I... Oh, wait, kitchen towel's down there in the corner. I do have kitchen towel available. Here we go. So we are going to dry brush. This thing we do now is dry brushing Ushanti Bone. It's over here. Yep. So this is going to be... This Ushanti Bone is like on its way out, to be honest with you. Doesn't feel very good. But should be perfect for what we need it for, to be honest. Try not to go over any of the other colors on this piece of tissue, because I don't want to spoil the color that we've got. Right, so we're going to do basically a very lightish dry brush here, but it's going to be fairly heavy. I know those two terms are contradictory. The reason why it's going to be light but heavy is because we want it to cover most, but we need it to blend a little bit over like the base colors here, right? So now you can actually see how non-uniform our actual work here was when we actually put the basin material on the base here using the tool, the flat spatula thing. Might be a bit too heavy over those edges. Let's try get a bit more. Right, okay. As far as I can tell, that's like pretty much as good as the other Tyranid bases look. This is a bit flat. This piece here, there are some skulls. We're going to want to dry brush. We added these skulls on. I want to dry brush these skulls with a slightly lighter color called Screaming Skull. So we're going to use the same brush. I'm not going to wash it off or anything because it's not really the colors are so close together that the little bit of Ushanti bone that's still on this brush is not going to really affect the Screaming Skull all that much. So just a little touch here. I use the same part of the tissue. I think it's probably going to blend on the tissue a little bit more than I want it to there. So need a little bit more just to get ourselves to the right point. Okay, a little bit. these skulls. Just touch. And get these ones here a little bit more too. Yeah, I think like we go. I usually do like a very light. I like to blend the colors as much as possible. You do just a very light brush here. All the edges. Well, okay, cool. So some of the other stuff we want to do is we'll have to start like blocking in some of the other colors now. So the actual base color is done. I want to try get this base finished as part of today's project as well. So we could probably go downstairs, spray these models gold, all three. The one character is supposed to be more of a bronze color, so I might spray her black and go from there. But the other two are gold, so we'll probably just stick with gold on them. Right. Okay. Yes. Other colors. What are we looking for? We want a grey color for the stone. Do we have a grey color? Should. Oh yeah, there it is. Dawnstone. Should work. Feels usable. Nice. Okay, use our slightly thick small brush here. Like I said, I usually water down the paints in the pots so I can use them straight out of the pot when it comes to this type of work. So it's a bit quicker than having to constantly like mix up a wet mixture all the time, you know. So as you can see, this grey paint's very thin. Grey is usually pretty good for covering. So yeah, that just goes into showing that we thinned it out a lot already. I'm gonna go across. I kind of like just like move it around a lot because I need to get into these cracks. I'm trying to fill the cracks with the paint, trying to just make sure that they've got the color on them. Right, we got a secondary piece of rock here. There is some growth, some Tyranid growth here. I think we'll probably end up. I did paint all the Tyranid growth purple beforehand, but it looks like we'll probably end up. They're gonna do some dry brushing anyway for this grey rock by the time we finished with it, so we're gonna end up probably ruining the purple pieces anyway. So I don't think it really is gonna make much difference there. When it comes down to it. We'll have to repurple them afterwards. Just be very careful with them. Or I could try just be super careful. These bigger pieces here, I could probably avoid them quite easily. Just these smaller pieces on the outside will come back over them afterwards. This is like wore down, it dries pretty quickly, so I can go over it almost straight away again. Right, this part in here is stone. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to avoid having the purple on that bit. Right. All right. We are nearly done painting in the grey. I have to go over this grey like a few times, make sure that it's covered. I can also see some of the other colours that passively come onto this model coming through the grey at the moment, so we're going to need to make sure that it covers all of it properly. So I can still see some purple over here, look. Need to make sure all of that is done. Gotta try and make sure all of the edges that can be seen coming up from the base are in the right colour too. Probably unnecessary to go as far as I'm going, to be honest with you. Some of this wouldn't really matter when it comes down to it. You won't notice that some of this rock isn't grey. It's the same brown colour as the ground. Wouldn't make any real difference. Right, and then there's another piece of rock here. Okay, I'm right in this one. Make sure we get a good coat. And go. Try not to touch the skulls. I'll hold it where you guys can see what I'm doing. Go. Spit. All right, here we go. Let's over it a bit more with the paint. Make sure this is covering properly. Doing this thing where I'm just lifting the paint off now, rather than actually depositing it. I don't know why it's doing that in this one spot only. But non-loyal will fix that. Right, okay, so that part is now the rocks are grey. This pipe, this could be a water pipe. So could do it in a copper colour. Do we have a copper colour out? I think I have a bronze that I put out. Or maybe not. Wait, sure. I put several golds and a bronze up. I do have a bronze. Well, that's very coppery, right? Sure, that's fine. Needs to be mixed a lot better than that. Give it just a little shake. Is like, no, it's gonna be better than that. Here we go. Right. For sure. Yes. But you guys can see another little touch of the bronze. I've touched the rock a touch. Yeah, not enough that we gotta worry about it. This is gonna require more than one coat, so I'm not gonna worry too much about making sure we go over it like perfectly. Right, here we go. So the copper pipe is gonna need another coat. We also then wanna do some white to colour in some of this underparts. Just under here, we got some parts that are gonna go purple. So I want some white there. Also, we want some of this other part to go a different color. So again, I want white to cover that up too. So keep knocking, turn it over with my hand as I move my hand to grab the white. Here we go. The white. Let me just color this dirtiness underneath here back in with white now. So gonna just be careful. I get it everywhere. Doesn't need to be a perfect cover, so I can spread it out. Need to not touch any part of the model that's like already painted, you know. Don't want to touch any of the skulls. Don't want to touch any of the ground. So just throwing this white on. Make sure it gets in all the little nooks and crannies like this. Alongside this white in here, in that skull. Let's get this white here. And what's the next bit? All this needs to be white. Uh, just delicately this underpart. Yeah. All right. Just a little bit of it down this side now. Sorry. I'm really holding it in a way you guys can see it. Trying to do my best. There you go. Okay, painted in that area there. It's all white again. See? All we want. Okay, gotta wait for it to dry. Gonna use some uh washes, start getting some of that stuff sorted out. What I also want to do is whiten this piece here. I hold it. This piece here wants to go white again, so extra layer of white here. Go across anywhere where I see color, where I don't want it right now. So these pieces of detail here, one color on them. See some color here, look. Get rid of that, and right here. Maybe even color this piece white again. And there we go, right. Okay, there we go. Everything has been brought back in to being white. Now, I think we can give it a few moments. I think the grey's probably okay to put a wash on, so we'll probably do that. What we want to use is a use our mid-wide brush, which I think is still red. Yeah, it's over there. It's still red, but that should be fine. That red shouldn't probably cause us any issues. The red probably won't cause us any issues whatsoever. So is actually still putting some red out. It's not really doing any red. We're only gonna lightly put some black on these grey stones anyway, so that's all we're gonna do at the moment. Let's go, and we'll start from here. We go right up into the corner. Just need to deposit a fairly good layer of black. I don't want it to like spread out along the actual bottom, but I do want it thick enough to go into and sit in all of the crevices. Don't want to ruin any of these skulls with it. Right, there we go, it's looking good. I find that if I don't run it across the bottom though, like it's not going to blend into with the rest of the model properly. So I'm gonna have to give it a little bit of a black line along the bottom there. Sorry, I try hard to hold it in a way you guys can see it without me having to turn my head twisted down. As you can see, like my face isn't on camera because I gotta twist my head in a way that you guys could see going on with my hands. Maybe a bit more, maybe for you guys. I'll paint in an awkward position, I'm not bothered. Here we go. Right. Looking alright. Haven't seemed to cover this piece here. Right, so that is good. We're going to add some I think Raglan Flesh Shade onto the bronze. Should bring it up more to a copper kind of shine. Right, so let's grab that one. It's here. It's a bit ready, so it should work just right. We said we should do a second coat on that, didn't we? Probably best we actually go with a second coat of the bronze before we do anything else. Just because it's not the metallic colors aren't very good at covering, to be honest with you. You'll need like 2, maybe 3 coats before you actually there we go. This looks like it's covering a lot better now. And then we are going to throw some purple underneath the other parts of the model. It's called Druchii Violet. How many coats do we need? Are you asking from someone who watches like Warhammer painting videos? Or are you asking like as a general question? Because it would be like 2 small coats or 3 small coats. Was it 3 or was it 2? I don't really like. It's like time consuming doing like thin coats. 3 thin coats. Very time consuming. Indeed. So I like to skip. I watch a painting channel called Squidmar, and Squidmar got to a point in his career where it's like normally they used to follow the 2 thin coats or 3 thin coats, whatever it was, but then he's just like, I can skip like so much time by just, you know, doing 1 slightly thicker coat. It's like, exactly. We are going to make sure this purple is covering where we need it. Don't need it to be too thick. Just need it to be in all the areas we want it to actually be in. Here we go. Some purple in. We're going to do like another 2 coats of that purple because that purple's very it gets really nice. It looks really nice once you actually start putting more layers on to deepen it down a bit more. So from that now, we are going to use the red to go onto parts of the other flesh, which need to match the actual Tyranid models more. So the red is now going to go onto these arms, the top halves of these arms coming out, and can also go on to the bottom halves of these arms coming up as well, actually. So we can just coat like so. The whole arm. like so. This piece of color here is going to be gone by the time we finish doing all of our actual wash work on top of this. It's not going to be that big a problem. So we're going to try make this look like the top parts are going to be like the Tyranid flesh, and these more solid parts are going to look like the armor from the Tyranids. So basically, because they're all basically one creature, right? How Tyranids work. They say hive mind, but realistically, like they're all just one creature. There's one big creature, and it breaks off and forms smaller creatures. These smaller creatures kind of do have their own like profiles, like DNA profiles. So like it breaks off a piece with like a specific DNA profile, like a blob of flesh, basically. The blob of flesh then forms into a Carnifex or something else. That way, like the that creature's experience across like the many lives that it would have had on multiple different planets, like it's all retained from its DNA, right? So it comes back to life. It's reborn as the same creature on a different planet. It just gets back to work doing the same job that it was doing previously, which is, depending on which type of creature it is, some of them are designed to eat up all the biomass around them. There are feeder beasts, and then there's ones that are just designed to kill off all the biomass that they encounter, and so on and so forth. They all have different jobs, realistically, in the bigger picture. But yeah, when it comes down to it, it can be pretty cool. I don't know if that works. It does end in my explanation. I don't know if that works, but that's how we're gonna leave it. Right, we didn't really put too much thought into how this piece was going to look. I think that this bit is flesh, like the rest, and then we're gonna want. I think we're gonna do some yellow on the inside bit here. We might need to white it. I need to put some more white on there again later. Let's remove some of the excess. Yeah. Right. Bit too much red. There we go, right. So purple, gonna blend up into the red a little bit. And then we've got around that bit. I want this bit inside here. Can't see it very well, but this piece that we painted white earlier, which we got a bit of red in there now. We'll probably put some more white back on it and then just work our way back up with that to where we want it to be. I think we want to use a bit of yellow, a bit of green, just add a bit more color. It might be too much color, to be honest with you, but I think like keeping it all like purples, reds, and white is going to be everywhere. It's going to be everywhere. So I kind of want a different color in there as well to like just add a little bit of extra depth to it. So we got to wait for these washes now specifically to dry, and then we will get back in with some dry brushing on that. Need to dry brush the original grey back on, and then we're going to find a slightly lighter grey and do like a more fine refined dry brushing on top of that after that. So Secretly, it's my origin story. Yeah, maybe. I do so many codes, it has pockets. That's not true. What do you mean? Uh, it's considered outerwear. Yeah, you need to send me your marriage certificate. Where can we send private parcels to Sergeant? I don't have a PO box or anything yet, so I don't think there's gonna be any way of doing it. Right. How long have we been going? 2.5 hours. Probably should keep going, right? We need to pop downstairs and at least like spray these bottles gold. So I'm gonna do that. It's gonna take a couple of minutes, so I'm gonna be away. Please, please try not to wreck the place while I'm gone. Oop. Okay, my one of my cards sold. Noise. I can get that off tomorrow morning. And I will wreck all of it. Right, so yeah, we're gonna take these guys downstairs, spray them gold. We could probably bring them straight back up and let them dry off. But yeah, I can't spray them in the house because fumes and everything, but I can bring them straight back up rather than leaving them downstairs. So we can start working on them pretty much within a couple of minutes because of how warm it is. We're gonna need a couple of minutes. Try not to wreck the place. So yeah, give me 2 moments, guys. Okay. Boom. Didn't have any gold base coat, but I do have yellow. So they should actually work fine. Yeah, should work fine. Right, I'm gonna put them there for now. This one's yellow. As you can see, they're yellow. This one's yellow. Right, so I think the first thing we're gonna do to them is wash them once we get sorted. I also sprayed some of the dinosaurs for the Blood Bowl game. My housemate's proxy lizard men. These are very white. These are very white indeed. They're gonna go multiple different colors using our contrast paints as our base coats. Yeah, multiple different colors there on those, and then hopefully we should be able to finish these ones pretty quickly. I need to find where the rest of these little frog dudes have gone. We've painted a few. This guy, we finished them off. Actually, he's not quite finished. I can see his spikes here haven't been silvered, and he has little pieces of leg armor that need to go silver, but pretty much finished. He's a bit shiny on his black, on the black parts there, but I think they're coming across. I think they're looking pretty nice actually. Probably give them yellow eyes, but it's going to be really tricky. Eyes are not very good. Eyes are really like advanced. Eyes are really advanced work for like new people. Even people at my level, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know what level that would be. So it's hard to say. I need to quickly pop the toilet, so give me a moment, okay? It's probably going cooking some eggies. This is exactly the time in which the grudge would come. I am the grudge. You're the grudge? No. No, don't be like that. Right. Toilet open. Alright, okay. No floaters. So weird. Courtesy flash. So weird. Right. Um, what are we doing? Right. I think what we'll do is think it's so warm that we can get away with putting our first wash onto these yellow Space Marine guys, right? I put my headset on, but I don't actually need it because there's no sound coming through my headset at all. I don't know why I put it on. Have I had it on at all so far? This stream? I can't even remember. Right, we're going to use a really big brush. We're going to just slap this over most of the model. Here we go. Just darken this yellow right down. Just make sure that we get all of this wash into all of the details and everything. Make sure we get underneath. Yep, she's not fully glued to the base and she's actually coming off. I need to be less rough with it. So if we're going to be able to pull that off. As I said earlier, the guy who's paying me to paint these models for him has donated the two female characters to the channel. He said that he's not going to be using them since he found out that they're the female characters. He wasn't. He buys all the characters that he can use in his army. And he says the female ones don't have a profile that he can use in how his army works, so he doesn't need the female ones. So technically, the smaller character here wasn't really a character that he was interested in anyway, because he doesn't use the Sisters of Silence. But this Custody girl, we can actually look at her profile. I'm not sure what she does, personally. I'm going to hold the model itself, because if I hold the base, I just pull her off the base as it's going. I have to re-glue her to the base. It's all about the base, guys, no travel. So yeah, we're going to probably give away these models at some point in the future. So if you guys, to people who have subbed to the channel, that is, so you guys would have to be actually subbed to the channel. Let's take this off. It's just flapping around. If you want to have a chance in the future of getting some models for free painted by yours truly. Okay. Now that's a concept that no one's probably gonna want. Let's get ourselves a Sergeant Badshot model. A what? Why would you want any models painted by that guy? That guy's crap. Right. It's all good. Even if that's true. It's all good. What I want is all of the recesses to be filled in. The models are yellow, so what we're going to do is we're going to paint them. We're going to dry brush gold on top once we're done with the dry brushing, with this first coat here, and then that gold should settle on all the details, and we'll just like pick out any other details then that need to be sorted out after that. But then this wash should sit. I'm talking like I'm completely confident about how this is going to work out, but I'll be honest with you, I'm just winging it because like I only had yellow as a base coat and I didn't want to go silver, I didn't want to go black. Although black is another option we could go with. I was actually watching a video on non-metallic metal painting literally just before we started the stream, and they start with brown. So this is kind of like what washing this model is going to do for us. It's got to change it to a brown color, but they don't use any metallic paints at all, and I don't have the colors that they were using to do non-metallic. The problem is I have to match this up with his army, and that's a thing, right? So his army has already been painted, and I'm supposed to try match the paint job. So I don't really have much option other than just doing it how it's supposed to look. There's no real freedom other than these two models that, you know, he's donated to the channel. Other than these two models, the two female ones, we should be okay painting them any way I wanted to. He's like, paint them rainbow colors if you want. I'm not going to be using them. So I don't think I'll do rainbow colors, but it's like, I get your point. I get your point. This one should be bronze. I just nudged the light out of the way. Right, there we go. Okay. They are base coated. You can get any in her. I need it in there. All around her head, just because then it's gonna be more It'll be darkened down and I don't have to worry about getting paint in there later. Let's get it in there now. It's looking good. Right, okay. There we go. What else? What else can we do now while we're waiting? Guess we could maybe throw some color on some of these dinosaurs. Still waiting on the Tyranid base to dry off properly, so we can get some of the dinosaurs sorted. And where did we put all the contrast paints? Over there. Grab some of those. And these. What colors do we have? Brown, black and white. But it's really light blue. I think we've already got one. Or we've tried to do one in this light blue. But I think the other blue color that we used kind of went over it a bit much. A little bit more detail to add on to that guy. He's actually not finished. It's a very nice blue though. I think this blue actually hasn't been used yet. We have a red, we have a pink, we have a red, we have a dark blue, we have black, and we have a bone tone. Bone tone. All mint condition. You already have 10 Sergeant Badger models? Like... Did I paint the picture in the background? No. No, it comes out of... I've knocked the light was not shining so much on that area. There, I think we moved the light out of the way, didn't we? Accidentally earlier. Right, we got a bunch of different models in different states of paintedness at the moment. So need to like kind of work towards actually finishing some of them properly. Because I want to get this base finished so I can get this Tyranid like sorted and like, you know, put out the way. So okay, technically we don't want to color this everywhere. I'll move some of these out of the way now. And the main thing I want to do is make sure that this paint pot is way out of the way. I do not want to be knocking that over. Okay, so we're going to just cover every part of this sky with the blue. That's how it starts. We're not really worried too much about like how contrast works. We just need to get the coat on. Contrast is best used if you can get it on thick and in one coat, and then you try to not touch it. Try to not go back over any area where you've already put the paint, so we'll avoid going back over that area now, and we'll just keep moving. Just go around the model one direction like this. Make sure you get all the parts. Make sure you don't miss anything. Top of the foot, between the legs is a very popular part to be missed on this model from previous experience. Don't want to be trying to get in there adding color when we're nearly to the end of finishing the model, because it's going to be a nightmare. So keep going across in between all the toes. There we go. Chest. Finish the head off. I want this blue to settle in all the muscles and everything. The legs. There, right. This one's blue. Here we go. Blue. That's the base coat. Get inside his arm, actually. Don't miss that, like we said. Make sure we get everywhere. Try not to go over any of the parts we've already added paint to. Get it from the back here. That's all the arm done. Okay, so have we hit everywhere? Not the end of the tail. There, right. It's that guy. He is blue. Dabbity dabbity dabba. Next guy. What color is the next guy going to be? I think we can redo all the colors for the big guys that we have used on all the small ones. Because you'll get like the big green guy and the small green guy. I think that'll work out fine. Because at the end of the day, they can level up. They can level up, and it'd be easier to keep track of which one's going to be which one on your player sheet if, you know, they're all different colors. And I think when it comes to lizards, it's like, there are blue lizards out in the wild, right? There's a blue skink. It's actually blue. So they can be blue lizards. So it's not really a color that's like unlikely to be seen. They do exist. So yeah, like we stick to some of the colors lizards can actually be. That should be fine. Should be fine. What you reckon? Talking shit, right? Jot's talking shit again. Right. I think we do a pink one because I have a plan for a pink one. This opened like I haven't used it before. I've definitely used voluptuous pink before. Maybe I gained a fresh new one from somewhere. I'm just gonna do this guy in the pink. It's a very dark pink. This one, it's supposed to be nicer than this, to be honest, but it's fine. Fine for what we need it for. Just a base coat. We're just base coating them, and then we'll work on their actual proper colors from the base coat. So that's why we just need the paint to go on. We need it to be everywhere. So when we come to do the proper colors on it, I never use contrast as my final coat on anything. So, you know, I like it as a good start because we can spray most models white. We can then base coat them the color we actually want them to be using contrast. That'll give us some actual like shading like added in for free, and then we can use that as a platform for getting some other colors on there and getting some good color tones and blends in as well. So I think it really helps. Maybe not the perfect painting method, maybe even considered a beginner painting method. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I hate it when I took one of my models to Games Workshop, and the one guy that used to work there would always like, he'd always like them. He'd always like be really impressed with like how they looked and stuff. Like he'd always say it was pretty cool. But then this guy, like, it's hard to think that I don't think he would have been gaslighting me, but that another guy started working there because he like started having some family stuff and he didn't really want to be, because he traveled in to work at that store, so he needed to like either work closer to home or like he just didn't have the time to go every day to be there anymore. So he got like another guy in, and this other guy like that I barely knew, so had no reason to like gaslight me, I guess. He'd just be like, "Oh yeah, that's tabletop." It's like it's like, I think it's a bit more than tabletop. Are you even looking at it? He'd be like, "That's it. That's all he would ever say about anything." No matter how nicely I painted something, it's like, "That's tabletop. That's tabletop." What do you mean? I'd say like, yeah, I don't do a lot of like when it comes to the armor plating on the Tyranids. Like you might think that it looks really cool. Like yeah, it's got tones to it. It's like dark and it's light, right? There's tones to it. Like it's not just block colored one color, right? There's a lot of work that goes into getting it to go the color it's going, right? But when you show someone your model, it's just like they just see like red on black. And that's not how I achieved the color, but that's what it's gonna look like to someone else. So they're gonna just be like, "Oh yeah, it's pretty basic." It's like, yeah, I guess it is just dry brushed. It is pretty basic, but it has to match the rest of my army, which I started painted like 15 years ago, and it has to match my color scheme of 15 years ago. I can't just randomly start making more elaborate color schemes on the armor, like, you know. You see all of my colors, all of them. I don't think you see all of the colors. But like they look at my skin and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's tabletop," and I'm like, "That's not. It's like how much work goes into making it look like that? Like if they paint the same model, they would just block paint it, and that's why I don't understand. They would just block paint it all one color, and I'd be like, well, it looks clean, but it's like too clean. It's too clean for bioweapon. Bioweapon that's tearing up all the biological material in its part. It's got like perfectly like white flesh. Or I know anyone who knows what Tyranids are usually painted like in like the heavy metal paint style. The Warhammer paint style is called heavy metal. Anyone who knows what they're supposed to look like in that would know what I'm talking about. Um, they don't understand you, Sergeant. You are the boss. I'm their boss. And do I usually tear up biological material just before bed, mate? Just before bed. Oh, there's a purple noise. I'm looking for the brown. Where's my brown? Seraphim sepia. I've got too much of that. Where's the brown contrast? Why is it not here? Why is it not here? Is it already out? Oh wait, shit. Rip my wires out. It is! It's already out. Is it still working? It is still working. Aha! My microphone has been knocked off screen for some reason. The door has been closed. This, you see in the corner of the room again? Yeah, right. Brown. I was looking for brown. I want one to be... Well, my housemate wants one that's like the colour of one of his plushy dinosaurs, which is a Triceratops, and it's kind of like orangey brown colour. What I want to do is base coat one in brown. Here we go. I'm gonna just get this brown on it, and then we can use some like orangey colours on top of the brown to get it to the colour that he wants it to be. This is all of these originally were painted orange because oh god, he would just say like, oh, they could just paint them anything. I like, I want a bit more direction. Like, you want me to paint these models for you? I want a bit more direction than paint them any color. So that's what he gets when he says paint them any color is I paint them all colors that exist. So that, as far as I'm concerned, though, like I've already said, in Blood Bowl, like they can level up. So knowing which ones are which and keeping track of which ones have done what is a lot easier when they don't all look the same. So I think it benefits him really that I paint them all different colors. But this is what he gets when he doesn't tell me what colors he wants things to go. And a lot of my commission work like takes a lot longer than it should because people are just like, oh, just paint them. It's like, oh God, makeup. You like you do you have a favorite color? Yeah, any color. It's like when you bought these models, what color did you envisage them being? Oh God, no one likes to give you an actual answer to anything nowadays. It's so terrible. Just need some direction, guys. Okay, there's a brown one. Nearly knocked over the brown paint there. You know, this one's brown. He's shiny at the moment because he's wet. When do you usually, yeah, you just flushed your brown. Oh, that's terrible, dude. I didn't flush. No, I didn't even do that. I, I don't even want to have this conversation with you. No, we don't talk about that. I'll tell you that I'm going to toilet, but I don't want to talk about the toilet or what goes on in that room. Right. Okay, the next one we have a purple. I know he likes we can paint one to look like Barney, right? So one's going purple. One's gonna be Barney. And where was the purple? We picked up the purple, we put it down somewhere so we could use it. Here's the brown. Oh, there it is. Here's the purple. A bit of knowledge, the pool of which we play polo, swim. Right, his favorite color is purple, so a purple dinosaur. What color is Barney's belly? It's pink, right? Purple dinosaur with pink undertones. Pretty sure Barney's belly is pink, or is it green? So I'll have a quick look at what color Barney is. For some reason I'm thinking purple and pink, but for some reason green's popping into my head. I'm scared if I leave the window, you will vanish forever. Oh, fair enough. I'm not going to vanish forever. Look, the channel took a nosedive. I just saw it as an opportunity to take a bit of a break. Just chill out. Focus on some other stuff. Considered going back into full-time employment. And still working on that actually. Might actually go back into full-time employment. So like the early morning streams are gonna end up like disappearing anyway. And then we'll probably if we keep getting commissions for Warhammer stuff, Warhammer will probably start being like what we actually stream from now on. So yeah, and I can actually earn money painting models. So I used to do it. The reason why I quit my job previously was so I could work for myself, and streaming was a good thing. Well, when we used to stream on Twitch, we used to actually earn money on Twitch. So Twitch worked out okay. I mean, it wasn't great, wasn't super popular or anything like that. Very hard to build a channel on Twitch, to be honest with you. So here's a purple one. Looks very dark. We'll brighten him up once he is dry. And that brings us to what else do we want? I think we could do a white one. A white one would look pretty cool, I think. It's going to be a small guy. We do a white one. And also our brush might be a little bit tainted with other colors at the moment. We've just done a really dark purple color. Might be a bit too tainted for a white. Let's try. Sell my soul. Go the way of Rumble. The way of the Rumble? What's the way of the Rumble? This is white contrast. What this actually does is it'll shadow. It'll set. It's kind of like grayish. We probably put way too much on this model, but it'll settle and kind of change to an off-white in all of the detail. And what that'll do then is we can dry brush over the top of it, and we'll actually have a nicely balanced white color. White is usually pretty hard to work with on models, so this actually really helps as a very good base for painting white on anything. Yeah, so here we go. Yeah, it's pretty much, because it's a small model, it's already done. Just making sure that we've got white contrast everywhere. Oh, there we go. That guy is white. So you can actually see his detail. You can see his detail now because the white contrast has gone on it. That's really good. That's why it works wonders. It really makes white very easy to paint. A very, very, very good color. Right. I was painting white scars before the white actually came out. Another platform, well, like Twitch. Sell my soul. Kick. I met up with an old friend recently because he's still into like card games and stuff like that. So I like messaged him and got in contact. Wanted to like just catch up. It's been a while, but he was like, when I mentioned that I do streaming, he was like, "What on Kick on this other one?" I'm like, "No, neither then." Like there are more than just those two, you know. Right. What about these models from earlier? Are they now? Do they look dry? They kind of look dry. Gotta learn to regret thinking that they're dry in about 10 seconds. Did I tell him about my OnlyFans? Where I solicit the beard? No, we got up close and personal with the beard. Like, no OnlyFans required. Which I'm sure you'll be upset to hear. You got the friends with benefits deal. Right, so the problem with trying to do dry brushing with silver and, well, with gold specifically, is that it's really just colored silver paint. Right, we're gonna try. Just need to cover this whole model. Might just end up painting it gold. Doesn't look like the dry brush is going to get the gold everywhere, so we need it. So I'm gonna just try get a gold cover on. This shows that the wash was then pretty much obsolete, because we're not going to be able to see it after we've put the gold on. This is fine. Just means we're going to have to use the wash again on top when we're done. Sorry guys. Try to put it where you can see, but not always possible. Yeah, now we're just painting the model gold. This is kind of going like a tarnished gold color, like a dirty gold, which is fine because it gives us like a better base to work off when we actually come to work on the final cover for it. Right. Here we go. All is now gold. Should be fine with that. We've got one other model to go gold as well. Probably the same situation here now with this one. Let's just get this gold color on and take it from there. I feel like we got too much paint on the brush. I kind of take some of it off. Right. Alright. Dab a little bit more paint. Move it out of the way. Make sure we get everywhere with it. Right. We could compare the two models, because this one was like the paint straight out of the tub without trying to like wipe it off to make it a dry brush. The other one was when we tried to dry brush the gold on with a, by trying to take it off the brush as much as possible beforehand, and you'll see that there's a massive difference between the two like colors that we got from this gold. It's the same color, but they look two completely different ways. When did Dave last message? Ages ago. What was it? My phone stopped updating chat like ages ago. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Alright, so Berry Gold, this guy, and this one using the Dry Brush Gold. Kinda duller, right? Kind of work out. Nice and shiny. All of that one looks. Look out, like it's not as. I mean, I guess it looks pretty shiny, but it's not as like nicely shiny as the other one is. So yes, does make a difference. What else are we doing now? While we wait. We've got too much glue and paint on my fingers to want to touch anything that's already got paint on it. Too much. So we're not going to touch the Tyranid. I'm not even going to pick it up to bring it onto the screen to show you again. So I keep showing you guys the Tyranid, right? The Tyranid's finished. Pretty much finished. We've got the two little arms that go in the shoulders here, which are pretty much finished. Need to do the red dry brushing on the little carapace pieces here, and then another black wash on the nails. That's what we'll do. When we play in games together, well, what games do you like to play? If we're going to play games together, I need to ask you a few questions. Some of these questions may be personal questions that you don't want to answer, right? I have a fancy microphone. But you never answer any questions that I ask anyway. Even if I ask, how are you doing? You never answer that. So I've actually convinced your AI. I convinced you're a robot talking to me and not an actual person, which might hurt your feelings, but like you always ignore anything I say and just carry on talking the normal stuff. Let me answer your questions. Okay. Beep boop, what would you like to know? I am part robot. Yeah, there we go. See, it makes sense now. If we were to play games together, I would need to know if you are older than 18. I think that's a very important question. And that's I'm just saying over 18 rather than asking a specific. You are, of course. Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Your sense of humor, by the way, is probably not. I mean, for like a group, if we had a good group of people playing together, your sense of humor would probably fit in perfectly fine because it's not just me. But yeah, like I think your sense of humor is probably not matching my sense of humor. You know what I mean? I'm not very like adult humor minded. I get the feeling that you are. So we are going to play some scandalous games. What games would you like to play? I'm open to new experiences, I guess. V Rising. V Rising. You want to play V Rising? Have I not just heard nothing but bad things about V Rising? But it's probably more likely that I haven't heard anything about V Rising at all. I'm gonna have to look up what it's like. Dave, you probably know a good gameplay video. Send me a good gameplay video of V Rising. One that you think will convince me that I should play it. If it's one of those games where you just play it forever, it's like I get bored of them very quickly, by the way. I think Dave should already know that. We played State of Decay, and it's really just rinse and repeat. after you're done in one zone, you just go to the next one and do the same stuff over again, but you've already got the best weapons. So it's like you just do it 20 times faster. And it's just the same gameplay loop. And there's no reason to go for better loot because you've already got the best guns when you travel to the next area. Like, we never even lost a person. I guess, do we start playing it on the hardest difficulty? I don't think I took you guys into the hardest difficulty. I'm very much the hardest difficulty type of person. So yeah, I didn't really find it super difficult. You're a vampire. It's like 5 acts. Once you're done, it's done. Oh, so it's like it's just a co-op game. It's a co-op game with an end. I mean, I could play that. I could play that. It's not... What was that? Is it that game? Is it that game with the really bad AI? Where like the enemies just look at you and don't do anything. And you just like shoot them until they're dead and they don't do anything. It's not that one, is it? It could be that one. It's probably that one, right? If I see the gameplay footage, I'll know straight away if it's the one I'm talking about or not. It's progressively hard. It's a co-op game with an end. There is after game stuff, but once you take on Dracula, that's it. Oh, it's not? No? I'll have to see it to believe it. I'll have to see it to believe it. We got a yellow guy. No, we got an orange guy. Don't have a yellow. Oh, we got a big yellow guy. Here's the big yellow guy. Here's what they look like when they're finished. I actually dropped it on the floor. I knocked it off the table with my arm when I moved, and it broke its horns. So I like put some blood on there. So he's like battle damaged now. So that works. So yeah, we could do a yellow one, I guess. There's a yellow. There's an orange right here, actually. It's not contrast. So I'll probably have to do multiple coats of this. I could use the red brush to do this one, actually. So that should be fine. Because they're all on the same part of the color palette, realistically. Okay, this guy, yellow. Yeah, they say it's really hard to paint yellow. Look at this. Of course it's hard to paint yellow. You're always basing your guys black. Like yellow's got to cover black. Paint the white. I'm obviously we're watching Squidmar, and the guy on there, Lucas, is got to paint an army using yellows. He's like, this is the easy way to paint yellow, and he just they spray the model black, they then highlight it with white. It basically colors the whole model white after he base coats it black, and then sprays yellow paint on top of it with his airbrush. He's like, that's how you do yellow. It's done. It's like, I guess they always use airbrushes. It's fine. I like to use brushes. I like to take my time. I'm not really in a rush. I can feel all this yellow paint just like flicking down onto my legs. So there, look, he is yellow. That's an easy yellow. So easy to do yellow. People complain about yellow. So easy. It's not like it's a full color though. I want 5 dinos. I'm gonna paint them yellow, pink, red, blue, and black. Eventually I'll get another one and paint it green, and another exact same as the green one, but paint it white. To be the Power Rangers, I guess. Wait, the green guy becomes the white Power Ranger? Is that what you're saying? It's been years since I watched Power Rangers. I don't know. I know nothing. Uh, I guess. Is that in all the series? Does green always become white in all the series? Is there not a black Power Ranger? I thought there was a black Power Ranger. I've been watching a anime recently that's on Disney Plus because Disney Plus got some anime off. They got some rights to some anime when Funimation closed down. Well, when Funimation, funnily enough, when Funimation got bought out by Crunchyroll, all of the anime that was available didn't automatically go to Crunchyroll. It was just thrown up into the ether and anybody could snatch it up that they wanted, which is why Netflix has got a load of new anime on it. And, obviously Disney Plus do a load of new anime on there too. Also, you can see anime on Prime, but Prime actually just shows it off Crunchyroll on Prime. So it's basically just watching it on Crunchyroll, except you can watch it in English and it doesn't have any adverts. So watch it on Prime instead. That's what I say. But I've been watching one recently that's called Go Go Loser Ranger. It's basically the Power Rangers, but from the monsters' point of view. It's really fun actually. But it's crazy. Although it's like way crazier. It's way crazier than actual Power Rangers is. So yeah, it's really fun to watch actually. So they've got the second season coming out in English now. They already have the second season in Japanese on Disney Plus, but you can watch it in English. It's getting dubbed as we speak. So episodes, I think they've dubbed all the English season 2 episodes now because I started watching it again recently. So not just MMPR. Wait, we could watch it one weekend here. Just MMPR, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. There is, I mentioned black. Oh, you did mention black? Oh yeah, blue and black. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. What's the law? What's the law behind like the black and the white ranger? Is it like Zorg doesn't have 100% faith in the original ones that he created, so he's like in the background, like training up other people as well, right? Or what is the actual law behind it? Because I remember like when they find out that there's other color Power Rangers out there, they're kind of a bit upset, aren't they? They're like, drama. Right. I might need a smaller brush. This green one, I don't want really to be using the green brush all that much. If I can get some of this color out. Then it's just the right size to do the grey dry brushing. Do a bit of work there. Clean it out, see if it goes and gets rid of some of that green pigment. But it doesn't really look much better, does it? I don't really see any green pigment coming off it all that much. So I don't think it's going to really cause me any real grief when we use it here to dry brush. Though the brush might be a little wet now for dry brushing. When we come over, you can put it on, yeah. Crack on, mate. I'll watch Power Rangers. Sorry, we're dry brushing these rocks. Re-add some of the depth back into them. Then what we'll do is we'll come back in with a lighter grey. just do a very light dry brush on top. As you can see now, the rocks, a little bit more colour to them. This is what they look like before. That's kind of what they're looking like now. I'm not sure if we really actually made much difference to that side piece, but I have faith in myself to know that we did. Or do I? I don't know. Depends on how much self-esteem I still have. It's good though. I think we got it. Let's just brush up this one like this. I can see the color is just like getting like smoother, right? Uh, I just need more. I don't think I'm actually applying any paint. I think we're wiping all of it off. I think it's definitely see it going on. So yeah, the monster's plan is to join the Rangers and then destroy them from the inside. He disguises himself as a human and applies to join applies to join them because they have like an army of people, like trainees, or like, yeah, they basically got like recruits, like an army underneath each one that does they do all of the grunt work basically. I think it's pretty cool. I think the show's pretty cool. I was enjoying it. Don't like it when I get halfway through an anime and then like all the remaining episodes are only in Japanese. Don't like that. I'm not Japanese, so want to watch it in English. Usually, I'm not staring at the screen like the whole time, so it needs to be in English so I can actually hear what they're saying and understand what's going on. Because I don't really want to be sat doing nothing but staring at the screen. I usually have something else going on, painting a model or prepping some Pokemon cards now, which I've been selling. Actually, surprisingly, sold quite a few today. Actually, I think I sold 12 cards today. One actually pretty big card. Not a massive sale, but you know, better than the other ones. But then it was like about 10 or 11 like £1 cards. So that's fine. That's fine though. I put them up for £1, so I'm not upset by them selling for £1. So it's not that big a deal. That's what I wanted, and that's what I got. So yeah, it's cool. Anyway, that was the grey. So I need a lighter grey than that color. Slightly lighter grey. Have we got one? There's a plane flying rather low over the house. Should I have a lighter color grey? I have a really light color grey around here somewhere. Is that it? Nope. Ah. Wait, is that lighter? I don't know if that's lighter. I don't know if it looks... Does it look lighter? I don't think it does. Right. What is that? Some fish. Some fishy fish. Hawthorne grey. There we go. That's a lighter color grey, right? Zordon, then wait a minute. So the law is Zordon chooses 5 teens with attitude and tells them they're rangers. Season 2, Rita chooses a person, makes him an evil Green Ranger. He loses and loses his Green Ranger power. Then Zordon then bestows the White Ranger power on him. There is Ranger lore in a nutshell without spoilers. How does Rita can make Power Rangers? Is that what you're saying? Does she sculpt a Power Ranger out of clay? But she picks a person to become Green Power Ranger. So why does she have access to creating Power Rangers? Or is that part of the spoiling the story that you don't want to give us? Because like I said, it just leaves too many questions. I assume that detail is what spoils the story. You find out that Zordon stole the power from Rita in the first place. Is using the power then against her. That's why she's so fucking annoyed. She has to play with toys now. She has to play with plastic toys and this shit. She wants her real toys back. That's all she wants. Spoilers if I watched the newer movie, which I did. What am I supposed to have gathered from the newer movie? That Zordon's an asshole. Oh wait. Do they do that in the new movie? Do they make Zordon the actual bad guy in the movie? Like at the end of it, they're like, fuck you, Zordon, you prick. They're like, what an asshole. I don't know. I can't remember. It's been a while. Oh yeah, okay. What is the actual? There's more to that though, isn't there? Right? Why? Zordon's an alien force, right? He comes to Earth to find people. Is he led to Earth? Does the power to create Power Rangers tell him that the best candidates for Power Rangers all live on Earth at this point in time? Then why is then he brings his war to our planet to pick up. It's destiny all over again, mate. It's destiny. I've heard this story before. He brings the power to Earth, but he's followed by the darkness that's chasing him. It's destiny. They ripped off Destiny, mate. They just ripped off Destiny. That's all they did. No, yeah, they ripped off Destiny. Ignore the fact that it came out 20 years before Destiny, but they definitely ripped off Destiny, 100%. Okay, guys, I'm just adding some lighter tones to the edges. Yeah, I get that. That's the joke, Dave. That's the joke. That's the joke I'm making. It's like people that don't know Power Rangers as being like something from 20 years ago, right? They're gonna be like, that's Destiny. They ripped off Destiny. But that's the joke that I was making. Like, Power Rangers definitely came out before Destiny. So it's not this it's not it doesn't work that way around. There we go. Look at the stones now. See? Nice, right? That blend, the nice blend of color from like dark up to lighter, so that the light is coming from up here, although it is underneath something, so it would really just all be in shadow with no light on it whatsoever. But it's got some light on the top of the rock. It's darker at the bottom, and it's like blended colors in between. It's like exactly what you want a rock to look like. Like, no, all these bloody shaded rocks underneath stuff. Screw those guys. You want rocks with light protruding out of the tops of them at all points in time. All day, all night. I'd like some shiny rocks in my life, to be honest with you. So yeah, the rocks, the grey rocks look pretty nice now, I reckon. Up to debate. You guys can decide. I think they look pretty nice. So we got some other stuff. I'm going to put some more purple in here. And we're going to do some more red on... Actually, I think we'll leave these outside bits. We're going to try dry brush the fleshy bits here, here, and across the top of this. I'm going to try dry brush it. It's not going to be easy, but we'll get it eventually. Nearly 30? Was it nearly 30 years? That's it. Did Power Rangers come out when I was 9? That's crazy. Actually, you probably did, because I wouldn't have watched it if I was 19. You're probably right. I wouldn't have watched it when I was 19, because I know I didn't. Because they bought out Space One. I don't think the Space One was when I was 19, but they bought out the Space One and the Dino one. I think the Dinos... I think I started watching the Dino one, but I couldn't... I'd already moved on from Power Rangers, to be honest with you. Yeah, they did a crossover with Turtles, and that's funny. Every single crossover show from one franchise in the 90s to another, every single one had the same plot line. Like, the bad guy from the one universe would recruit the good guys from a different universe by pretending that they're the good guy and that the good guys trying to stop them are the bad guys. It's the same story in every single crossover franchise thing of the 90s. Like, it never changes, except for maybe the Thundercats crossover, because the Thundercats crossover is like Mum-Ra, Ever the Trickster, changes form into some like old lady, convinces them that Superman's a bad guy, and has them try to kill Superman. Because, wait, you might think Superman's super strong, like Lion-O isn't that strong, but Lion-O's powered by magic, and magic is Superman's weakness next to kryptonite. So, it's a perfect matchup. It's a perfect matchup, really. So there, suck it. It's the perfect matchup. I'm not sure Lion-O's strength with the Sword of Thundera actually goes on par with Superman, specifically. But the fact that his sword's magic is something that Superman can't just use his hands to block, you know what I mean? Magic weapons just ignore his invulnerability in the first place. So, 100%. 1993 was a good year. It's 32 years old. Crazy. Wait, Power Rangers is older than my housemate. Yeah, I could tell him. I'll tell him now. I'll be like, hey, guess what? You're younger than Power Rangers. It's cool. That's cool. Right. Okay. More colors. More colors. Before we get too distracted. More colors. Mm. Yeah, you also didn't answer my question about, like, is it a spoiler? Is it spoilers? Like, I think revealing that Zordon used to be the White Ranger. Did they actually bring like Evil Lynn? Did they actually bring Evil Lynn in at the end of the movie as like a like teaser for like them possibly making a second movie? Also, you didn't answer. Yeah, like I said, you didn't answer. Like, why? Why did they come to Earth? She has a grudge against Zordon. Why? Because like what? They were dating, and he just fucked off. So she's like, "You fucking ghosted me, dude. The fuck, like, the fuck, mate." And Zordon's like, "Oh man, I gotta get away from my ex. She's so annoying. She fucking follows me everywhere. Hires a bunch of hires a bunch of kids to go beat her up over and over again." It's like the most toxic of relationships ever. Terrible, mate. Terrible. Here we go. Look, see, the purple is now taking some actual really nice color on there. That's why I like posting the purple on top of white. Like, rather than a straight up purple color, just use a wash and then the white will still shine through a little bit. We'll get some blending of the colors, like right there, without having to actually do any extra work to it. Just looks so nice, I guess. Mighty Morphin Domestic Violence. Mighty Morphin Domestic Violence. Yeah, because as time goes by, it just morphs into worse violence. um, what was the plan? Like a dry brush of white. Oh yeah, right. There's a pipe that wants some flesh shade on it. Do the what? Let's do the pipe. This pipe right here. This wash should make this pipe. But brass is kind of like a shiny gold color, right? Or bronze. Brass and bronze. Bronze is very similar to copper, right? But brass is like a very shiny, it's kind of like a gold color, right? When you shine brass up, it's like really shiny, like gold. Um, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not like as yellow as gold is. I like, what's the difference in the colors between brass, bronze, and gold? They're kind of all like the same. Oh, copper, sorry, copper. Kind of like all roughly the same color, right? I don't know. It's hard to say. I'll have to look up. I'll have to look up a color reference sheet and see what the difference is. All right, so the pipe is now darker, as you can see. That's a much nicer color for the pipe. What we had, the skulls. Bit too much light to see the skulls properly, but they've got a lot of color to them as well. They went up like another tone to be even lighter. Probably actually benefit from a watered down Michael and Flash shade. I don't want them to be too close, too similar to the actual ground color. But I also don't want them to be too light. I want you to be able to see like their detail. So I'm gonna try with a really watered down wash. Add a bit more color back on. A bit more definition onto these skulls, like. Actually, I think that works. I think that works quite nicely. What it also does is when you dry brush on top of something, and like a really watered down wash back on top will actually like soften off, like how like it can look bitty, right? It can look dusty. So it kind of softens off how dusty like the actual parts look from the dry brushing as well. So I'm gonna add some extra subtle color back into those skulls on the base there. Right. Okay. One's based brown, one's orange, one's yellow. Which one's which? Which one's based orange? Copper or brown? Brown copper? So they're basically like darker tones of the same color is what you're saying. Since you use a lighter tone to base the next one up. I think brass is probably the lighter color, right? And bronze may be the darker one. Right, okay, we have the creeping darkness on the rocks, which was supposed to be purple. Maybe I use an actual purple to recolor it back in purple right now, right? Come to me, purple. Maybe a really small brush, and maybe a little bit of water. Let's get some of this paint to drop off the inside of the lid so I can throw some water in and mix it up. Then try not to get the water everywhere. Mix up. Very watery. Purple. And then should be able to use this little brush. Just get it where we need it, right? Most important part is that it goes where we want it and nowhere else. So small tiny little brush. This is delicate work now because we're painting these bits on the finished actual rock part of the base. So really helps. I wish this tub fucking stay open. Piece of shit. Right, very delicately now. Right. See? You guys can see. Right to that. See that it's taken the grey from when we've done the rocks, so far Managing to keep the painter where I want it. Not like me at all. Right. Gonna look at it from all angles because I want to try and get any part of it that still looks good. Yeah. Right. I saw that. Trying to hold it in a way that you guys could see. Like it's really dark on there now. So even with the light on now, I could see exactly where I've got it. I've got it like exactly on the whole thing, right? But like you guys can't see me putting it on, so we're gonna do this piece here now. And what we'll do is we'll come back on with a lighter purple. Like give it a bit of a highlight. Only on the tops though. I even use a pink. I even use a pink so you'll see it. To the spike. I'm gonna colour it purple for that. Right. Then there's a little bit more on this rock. Right. God. Maybe getting a little bit too reckless now. In each other's way and place traps down to block them. Something like that. Maybe the platforms you need to move to keep changing, like give you more objectives to go for. Something like that. It's kind of like a little chaos fighting game type of thing. Um, if I remember rightly, I might be wrong. Let's try to think of what we got to do, like some sort of corruption spread. This metal piece on the top, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it like rusty. It should have probably all be rusty considering like it's eating all the metal away, right? All bio. I guess metals are like natural elements of the planet. Maybe not biomaterial, but like they take all the resources basically as well. So it's not just the bio stuff that they after they take, like they just strip the planet of all its resources. So like having it like rusty because it's like all broken up and like the rest of it's all missing, right? So it's like just rusting all inwards, and it'd probably be rusty around, or if anything, it'd be coming out from where the purple vines are on the top bit. So what we want to do is, I think we want to try get a little bit of a dry brush under here. I think we'll do another coat of purple actually underneath there first before we go any further with coats there. Kind of want this Tyranid to be on this base before we finish the stream today, but I don't think that's going to happen since I'm like getting really, really, you know, been here a while. It's hot. I've been sweating and just want to go have a shower and cool off. You know what I mean? It's crazy hot. Not going to cool down anytime soon either. Not even while we're laying in bed. It's not going to be cold there. It'll be still sweaty and hot. So I'll probably use my fan tonight. Keep me chill. Right, okay. Still getting purpler. That's what we want. Try to get some dry brushing in. We've made a decent chunk of progress. I'm not disappointed. A very decent chunk of progress. I think we could maybe... I think we could get the pink on this purple now. There's a green. Here's my green contrast. This pink. Pink. Just touch it. It's a dry brush pink. Not sure this little brush is going to really pick up much of it. Maybe it will. Then looks good. I just want to go over like the top edges. See that? See better? I like a top edge. You can see that a bit better. Go to here. Purple. Not sure the quality of the cameras. I don't have to really show you what it looks like. Okay. Oh, it's no longer like just completely purple. Up here. Right, I might just give it a little bit of red wash. just around the base of it. That's the smaller one. This one then. Back in with this one. Just getting it right in. Don't really want it thick around it. Just want it just around the edge. Yeah, I think that looks good. Just like a little bit of like red bleeding into the grey there. I'll try to get a picture onto the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, jump into the Discord and we'll have a little bit of a better image, hopefully. You'll be able to see on there. Right. Doing good. Let's get this last piece. Here we go. You see just a little bit of like extra color coming off the bottom edges of these, and then on these spikes here, especially on this one, there's like, because it's redder at the bottom, it looks more purple. It's coming off then into like a lighter pink on the edges. So it's looking pretty nice. I'm not complaining. So that's pretty good. I like how that's going to look. We'll carry that on once we get to the metal parts. Okay, we got maybe a touch of dry brushing to do with the white. Let's get back onto